ngeke sikwazi ukuyi-check-a first. Ngeke sikwazi ukuyi-check.
We can still talk. Yes, can you hear me? It's good? Okay. So can you cut it now, or because we are talking very sensitive matters, I don't want this to be live stream. But let me give your name, so therefore you will be guilty together.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Possible. Possible.
See, this is your
Yeah.
action map.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably would know this information. Coast to coast collaboration. That's it. You have something on data management, because that's
Data management,
yeah,
yes,
that's
we
like
have.
a serious thing. This is good.
Yeah.
I think this one on the fostering side.
Okay.
I haven't seen the detail, but are we considering, for example, maybe having a platform of coordination?
Coordination, yes,
system,
you're right, yes.
so that's the actionable things.
Yeah, yeah,
Because that we can say we decide collectively.
Yeah.
We're going to
have-
actually, from the co-conveners, create a platform.
I'll add that one.
You know what I mean? Something like that, yeah? Yeah? But looks good.
Yeah, excellent.
Good morning. Oh, yeah. Good morning. Bonjour. Bon dia. Assalamu alaikum. For those who are new to our roundtable, my name is Ibrahim Diong. I am the Director General of the African Race Capacity Group, a specialized agency of the African Union. Let me, on behalf of all the core conveners of this event, express not only our gratitude, but also warmly welcome you to the second day of what is going to be a very exciting day given what we had yesterday. I want to also welcome those who are watching us online. I was informed yesterday, not only we're oversubscribed, but from around the world, people are watching, giving us feedback. They like, in particular, that this roundtable is very much focused on African priorities, African demand, but also African expectation, and adaptation in climate finance. So this is certainly something that's timely, that comes at a time when climate finance is really the focus of COP29. Many appreciate the fact that we're really anticipating on COP29. I had the pleasure of looking at the video of our first day, super exciting in terms of what happened in the corridors, in the roundtable, but more importantly, in the discussion that we had. So before we get any further, I'm going to ask the production to show us in pictures and what you are eating and having your coffee about yesterday, just demonstrating the dynamic, the energy, and the vibe on the first day, so you can see the great work we've done together as a group before I come back and walk you through for the rest of the program. So production, run the video. I don't know who will say that climate finance cannot be fun. We just demonstrated that we can actually have a substantive day of substance and content, but at the same time doing it was a lot of fun, as you can see in that video. So what we will do today, we're not going to change the formula that works, because yesterday was very productive. We have a couple of milestones to achieve before we finish our second day. One, right after this, I'll invite Omar to take over and walk you through what came out of our roundtable, particularly with regard to the actionable recommendation that we've asked the rapporteur and the chair to share with us. We are particularly interested in implementable recommendations, both in terms of resources, but also in terms of what do we need to do collectively to make these recommendations reality. And I have no doubt with the talent and the expertise of our chairs and rapporteur, we'll certainly get those actionable recommendations. Following that, we'll ask Omar to lead an incredible group of people to talk about something that's extremely important in our discussion, the role of DFIs, development finance organizations, World Bank included. But I'm still sure you know that, and I think Afrexim Bank probably will share this, the African DFI decided to actually join forces and form an alliance to make sure they can push the envelope in reforming the global financial architecture to make climate finance more accessible. So I look forward to hearing the efforts that the Africans are doing themselves and not waiting for the rest of the world to come to us. We have two exciting roundtables in the afternoon, I believe right after the DFI session. Extremely important. One, I'm glad WHO and CDC are here working with our group, trying to tackle the nexus between climate change and health and outbreak and epidemic. You don't want to miss that session because I think that's really an opportunity to demonstrate if we actually care about vulnerability and resilience across Africa, we have to look at climate change in a much more holistic way, and I hope that session will address that. Last but not least, we have a session on food security, extremely important. WFP and African Bank will lead the conversation, and it's going to be extremely important just to make sure that the resilience question is not lost in the conversation. And food security, it's certainly a good way of demonstrating we care about resilience in the continent. We'll do a couple of things after that, and this is something I'm looking forward to leading, and that is what we call the announcement sessions. And we really want to make sure when you have 10 co-conveners that we are, and also other participants, there's so much to announce. And that is the program we're working on, the initiative we're involved in, but also our commitment to join our forces to really develop some new program so we can respond to the demand when it comes to resilience on the continent. But also any financing that people want to announce, obviously that's the opportunity just to share with us so we can all get excited that something great came out of here. But more importantly, those announcements will really be featured in the communique of this roundtable to demonstrate we together as a community what we're doing separately, but also what we could do collectively. And I will come back at the end and attempt to do a very difficult job, and that is to summarize the key takeaway of our conversation, knowing that at the end of this roundtable, we'll put together a white paper that trying to capture more in details really what came out of our conversation, and that paper is going to be extremely critical, because that's what we're going to use to advocate, push the envelope, and then lobby around the world to make sure our voice that we managed to capture here is really reflected in different circumstances, different negotiation table, so we can demonstrate the African voice is really strong. So I am super excited about the second day, as yesterday. I can see on the faces and the energy and the excitement. So I look forward to another fruitful day, and so we can all walk away here feeling energized, inspired that what we do is bigger than all of us, and that is to make sure that Africa is more resilient because of our work. So thank you very much. On that note, I'll hand over to Omar. He will take it from here. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Ibrahima. So yesterday we had, good morning everyone. Yesterday we had four parallel round tables. We had one on early warning systems. We had one on urban resilience. We had one on adaptation, and we had one on finance. So what we're going to do today is just we're going to have a recap from the different co-chairs on these different four round tables that we'll then hopefully capture in the white paper that Ibrahima mentioned in terms of actionable recommendations. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Bakin Yang from the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, who was co-chairing alongside the World Food Programme the parallel roundtable on early warning systems. You've got 3 minutes or so to summarize your findings and recommendations.
I've captured. Do you hear me? All right, thank you. So, good morning again. As Omar said, I'm going to share key takeaways from our roundtable yesterday, waiting for the full report. So, from our deliberations, we have discussed, I noted 10 key points. The first one is about providing early warning information to government and policymakers and hold them accountable to take action. That was the first point. The second one is to streamline early warning efforts, harmonizing existing early warning initiatives to avoid redundancy, and leverage available data for scaling up early warning systems while fostering innovation. The third point is about foster cross-agency collaboration and set up a coordination platform. Working together will help us achieve more than working in silo. The fourth point is to utilize early warning data proactively. We need to advocate for proactive utilization of early warning data for long-term disaster risk reduction and preparedness. The point number 4 is about adapting to climate uncertainty. Adapt climate models to address the increasing unpredictability of climate patterns, ensuring decision-making processes account for widening margins of errors in early warning information. Point number 6 is enhancing government engagement. Increasing government engagement and representation in our round table of discussions will ensure alignment of policies and help secure more commitment and responsiveness from government. Point number 7 is to foster engagement with tech companies and innovators. Since we need the digital structure to innovate and share information, we should expand involvement of these companies and innovators in these roundtables. Point number 8 is to promote research and information sharing. We need to invest in research and publication and knowledge sharing initiatives to disseminate early warning related insights efficiently, enabling information decision making and fostering innovation and disaster preparedness and response. Point number 9 is to integrate indigenous knowledge into the early warning system. Incorporating indigenous knowledge alongside scientific methodology to enrich early warning frameworks and make them culturally relevant and context-specific. We need to establish mechanisms for collaboration and knowledge exchange between indigenous communities and early warning practitioners to leverage traditional knowledge in hazard identification, risk assessment, adaptation, and strategies. The last point is about integrating artificial intelligence for enhanced early warning system. We need to explore and implement AI-driven solutions to augment early warning system capabilities, to improve accuracy and timeliness of hazard detection, risk assessment, and forecasting. This approach, we think, can help with optimal resource allocation and streamlining decision-making and enhance overall effectiveness of early warning dissemination to at-risk communities. So this is what we have, what I have captured from our discussion yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mbake. And we'll follow up on some of those recommendations. You're obviously saying that the availability of data is there, and we need a little bit more accountability and engagement from also policymakers. I'll do a plug for our magazine. There's African Business outside, and actually there's a cover story on AI. And there's a Tunisian chap, I'm from Tunisia myself, there's a Tunisian chap called Karim Begir, who's got actually the biggest AI company, or African AI company in the world. It's called InstaDeep. And what they did actually on the agricultural front is you've got invasive species, ultimately locusts can come and sort of destroy hectares of crops. So what they did is they did a predictability model using their AI technology to anticipate the invasive species, and you can take predictive action ahead of that. So I'm sure in terms of climate, there's a lot that can be done in terms of AI and technology, as you mentioned, Mbaki. So I'd like to call Ms. Fruzina Strauss from UN Habitat to come and give her recommendations from, or her summary from yesterday's roundtable, please.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we had a side event on urbanization and building urban resilience in Africa. And this is really looking at the focus on multi-level climate action. This session was co-chaired by UN Habitat and Shelter Afrique, and we featured two discussants, one from the National Disaster Management Center of South Africa and the other from Oxfam. And we had a fantastic rapporteur who made my job this morning very, very easy because she prepared excellent points. Really, our session focused on making the case that urbanization, climate, and disaster are inherently linked in the region, and we must look at all of the codependencies between them. We started with actually one of our discussants sharing a staggering figure just about Johannesburg, where we are, which is that Johannesburg is expanding by about 1,000 people per day. That's about 250 housing units that are needed, which is extraordinary. And if you think about how much of that expansion is taking place outside of formal planning structures, you could imagine the vulnerabilities that could lead to. So of course, our first point is that the exponential rise in urban populations needs to be accounted for in urban planning. Urban planning is a major weakness in the region, and so we need to transform and strengthen urban planning into inclusive and climate-conscious urban planning. Failing to do so will drive more people into informal and high-risk settings that are problematic for disaster planning. The second is that disasters can no longer be seen as a rural or agricultural issue exclusively. Weather disasters are increasingly affecting urban cities. We could see that by what's going on currently in Nairobi and in other cities as well in Tanzania. Disaster risks in cities are a huge issue that needs to be addressed. Disaster preparedness and urban planning must take into account settings that may vary at scale. Urbanization in Africa is going in two directions. There are the megacities like Gauteng, where we are, and your Lagoses. But then there's also actually most of the urban population living in secondary cities where there's still opportunity to plan better and to make those cities more resilient as they grow. So we need to focus on these two different typologies and trends in urbanization. Urban areas are a convergence of human activity, so there's opportunity for integrated resilience building and green sustainable infrastructure development. Most of the infrastructure in Africa has yet to be built. We need to do that in a green and climate conscious way. We need to also address the link between urbanization and increased vulnerability to climate risk. We need to do more thinking about decentralization and developing these smaller regional towns. We also need to look at building standards and adhering to, so not just putting in place, but enforcing building standards that can prevent disasters, and looking at how we could build more innovatively, using local indigenous knowledge, technologies, and materials for building. Strong governance, of course, was also noted as essential for urban climate resilience. Then, of course, we discussed quite a bit about the most vulnerable, the Achilles heel of cities, so to say. Urbanization can be a powerful force in reducing vulnerabilities. Urbanization is definitely not all bad. It could be also very, very powerful in terms of bringing good and opportunities. But it needs to be directed at the poor and vulnerable and not only benefiting the upper and middle classes. We discussed about more investment needs in green infrastructure and building back better. We talked about what would a future resilient African city look like, and can we all imagine what is an ideal African future resilient city. We discussed women's involvement quite extensively, which is imperative to building resilient cities. And we discussed women's involvement in the circular economy, which is vital. Public-private partnerships, of course, featured very high on our agenda. We must encourage PPPs and assisting communities to create services, circularity, and new opportunities. And of course, we must encourage diversified funding, both from outside and also leveraging local financing. We talked about capacity building and the need to strengthen and increase knowledge and capacities in communities communities must not only be engaged, but they also need to be involved, their capacities need to be built, local knowledge needs to be generated. Information also needs to be adequately shared. We talked about addressing the balance between ecological objectives and social outcomes, and I was very happy that there was quite a significant emphasis on nature-based solutions and on looking at how we could focus on innovations in the built environment, but at the same time also ensuring harmony with the natural environment and protecting and restoring our natural ecosystems in cities, not only the built aspects. We also discussed business continuity planning and disaster planning, which is essential for cities to maintain economic agility. Land management, of course, came up surprisingly late in our conversation, but it is very important to make sure that it is not left out of the conversation. Land management is fundamental, and the issues around land access for urban poor and for rural communities are a key issue due to lack of land availability and affordability. We discussed about protecting urban water resources and ensuring that infrastructure itself promotes resilience building. So not only that we put in place resilient infrastructure, but that resilient infrastructure itself also promotes community resilience. We discussed the need to change perspectives on the bankability of adaptation and resilience development. Adaptation is bankable. Adaptation is fundable. There is a return on investment in adaptation, and it's important for governments and investors to recognize that. We also have to encourage UN disaster responsiveness to be more inclusive of urban dwellers, as the current focus is still a bit more on rural communities. And finally, I think a really important point is that there are, we talked a lot about innovation and technology and the fact that in the region there is an abundance of homegrown innovation and technology. And so we must invest in Africa's innovations, in Africa's best practices and demonstrated technologies, and promote the proliferation of homegrown solutions to disaster risk and preparedness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So cross-cutting and pretty extensive in terms of what needs to be done in terms of urbanization, which is obviously urbanization is it creates clusters, it creates wealth, but ultimately it needs to be looked at holistically and properly to avoid some of the issues that we're seeing, not only in Africa, but across emerging markets. So, and you talked about adaptation, so I'm going to call upon Dr. Male Fofana, who's going to report on yesterday's panel on the roundtable on adaptation and some of the outcomes.
All right, thanks very much. I think I'm quite excited to share the outcomes of yesterday because I have a fantastic group that's sharing really innovative ideas. And I had the privilege also to co-chair with AI this session yesterday. So we have 8 different points that we want to share today. The first one is linked to the self-financing potential and opportunity in Africa. I think we heard a lot about domestic finance, what we can do as alternative when it's come to the current situation. And we know that development aids help, but will not deliver sustainable growth. Innovative source of the domestic finance program is available and possible, but the problem is we do not know exactly what is the potential. And we have some numbers around that costs like 600 billion annually can from domestic taxes against like 100 billion from official ODA as well. So I think that number is quite impressive, and this is showing that there is a potential. What we're trying to push is how we can explore and conduct an assessment of the potential and guidelines on Africa's self-funding domestic finance opportunity. That's one. The second I'm glad also to hear the other group was exploring the local finance. That means that's a really strong need when it comes to adaptation. The second is linked to regional cooperation and capacity building. For us, it's quite important as we have a lot of NAP and NDC focus at the national level. And we know sometimes climate change more impacting not on one country, but several countries. And we do not have any regional or core countries development of action and strategy to fight against climate change. So we want to see more such cooperation between countries or sub-regional and regional level, and trying to see how we can have more recommendation on RECs, how they can play more role on that particular aspect, having more regional NDC and more NAP that include a regional level, but also advocate and UNFCCC if any country NDC or NAP can include a section on regional initiative. So at least we can see the cross-checking different countries. The third one is just, why not, developing a dedicated funding for scaling up adaptation project. There's a lot of conversation yesterday about when people start developing and running and implementing a project adaptation, they have issues on the scaling up. And sometimes there's no dedicated facility to help to do the scaling up. They have the right business model, they test it on the ground, and they have impact, but scaling up takes time because the money is not there. So the question here and what we're trying to say is that possibility to explore such kind of facility and maybe testing it. Why not calling it the first Africa Climate Action Facility to help the scaling up of adaptation project? The fourth one is just enhancing awareness along the value chain. And thanks for the different expense share for the parliament yesterday. You're saying there's a lot of need on helping the parliament, for example, to understand the consequence of climate actions because they are those who are making the last decision when it's come to law and decrees. If they're well aware of, how important is those, they will just push and help the government to accelerate the process. How we can help to have such program dedicated to such people that have a strong, let's say, influence on the decision-making process. For example, with ACBF, we can look at the possibility to developing a specialized regional program to educate members of parliament in Africa, really focusing on adaptation, and law and decrees can help to just move things forward, which is highly beneficial, I would say. The fifth one is just the viewing of climate adaptation project as business opportunity. I think as for now, we're selling adaptation project as social issues, not really as a business opportunity. That's why we don't have private sector really involved. So how we can change the paradigm, just showing and selling adaptation as a business opportunity for private sector. And I think Ibrahim also mentioned that yesterday, so it's mean that how we can convey private sector to such platform to also see the value added of being involved in adaptation. So the action is the action plan could include more private sector entity, allowing them to see both environmental and economic benefit, maybe have a dedicated private sector African Climate Action Roundtable. The sixth one is promoting and utilizing African expertise. Again, I think there's a lot of things that we can learn across African countries because we also share the similar issues, especially when it comes to adaptation. How we can build and pool of experts on the different actions that's linked adaptations, agriculture, but also forestry within Africa. We can share it, and that help also when we move one country to the others can help to reduce the learning curve because they know the context that they can contextualize the different projects. So it's meaning that how we can put in place a pool of or making a full use of the African expertise, ensure the knowledge and skills are widely available and utilized for this effort, building a platform where we can just register all this type of skills that we have in African expertise and making available. So all these links to the adaptation, when we look at the flooding side, urban resilience, coming from the different countries and just making sure that make it accessible. Why not, when we have maybe a website on climate actions, African climate action, have a pool of expertise and the description behind. The last one is just linked to credit self-rating. On the decision process when it's come to investment in countries, most of the private sector rely on credit assessment or risk assessment from those like risk rating agency. And as for now, we only have 2 in Africa that are rating countries on the level of risk. And sometimes they rate those countries while sitting on their desk, look at the data on Google's, on the different report, and make the assessment without any field mission or being on the ground. So the assessment is really, let's say, not close to the reality. And that add value, the investment will be much more, let's say, costly for the private sector, but also the risk assessment, the risk perception is high. So it means the private sector would be not interested in invest those countries. And I think the thinking is behind how we can push more of countries to have their own credit self-rating that can be used against that result that come from the credit agency. So that was the different conclusion and outcomes of our session. So if there's anything I just not saying correctly from people from my group, just correct me, please. But that was the different element from the conversation of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fafana, and we'll be working with the co-chairs to develop the white paper to make sure that we've captured all the points that you've mentioned, and have some key recommendations. So the two co-chairs of the finance panel aren't here, but they're going to be coming later. So we'll hear from Frank Ajagbaf, the Group Director of Business Development at the African Guarantee Fund, who will report back. I will send some summary points, but I think one summary point that came across from all three of our co-chairs just now is the importance of homegrown solutions ultimately. So we're nearer to the, we understand our markets, we understand our problems, and we need to develop more homegrown solutions, especially when talking to global stakeholders. And I think that's what some of our own African-led agencies and institutions are doing, such as the African Guarantee Fund. Then there was obviously, we raised it yesterday, the issue of capacity building, that the frameworks are generally, again, driven by, or at least written by a Western perspective or an international perspective without taking that local context, and we need to develop that capacity to be able to tap into those pools of capital. But maybe we'll be speaking about it maybe with the World Bank just now, but simplifying some of these processes. So again, so that we can accelerate the time where the application or at least when we go looking for money that it goes down. And I think goes down to where it's needed most. But I think what was said at the introduction of the finance panel yesterday, we need to go from a trickle, I think he mentioned, from a trickle to a deluge. So how do we go from the trickle, or the small amounts that are coming into the continent to considerable amounts that will bridge some of the gaps that we mentioned yesterday. So in terms of adaptation, I think we said that 200 billion will go towards adaptation between now and 2035, whilst we need 1.6 trillion to be able to bridge that finance gap. And that's a great segue to the panel, because we're going to look at the role of the DFIs. So we'll be hearing from Mr. Abdul, from the Executive Director at the World Bank. If you can join me on stage, please. We've also got Constant from the African Guarantee Fund. If he can join us, please. He's there, thank you. And I believe that Dr. Sampa Wende is also here from Chief Economist at the Deputy Chief Economist, sorry, at the Afri-Exim Bank. Fantastic. Good. So maybe we'll start with the Deputy Chief Economist. Ultimately, we spoke a little bit about early warning systems and data, so evidence-based solutions. So how can data assist us in terms of accessing the funds that we need? What's the role of DFIs in terms of improving the data and making sure that we've got the data to make the informed decisions on the continent?
Thanks very much, Omar. And on behalf of my bank, Afri-Exim Bank, and my president, Professor Benedict Orama, we're really honored and thankful to be here to share our views on climate issues. On evidence-based, data-driven to address climate issues, the role of DFIs. Let me focus on what Afri-Exim Bank is doing on that front. So at Afri-Exim Bank, we see data as a public good. We see data as something that is useful for African countries to know more about the context, know more about the climate issues, how the climate events are unfolding on a continent, on our countries, and how we can use them as a predictive solution, and how we can inform our operations, our financing tools, to really strengthen it so we can help our countries better. So that's the way we see the role of data and modeling on the climate issue. So to echo that, that's why Afri-Exim Bank is building a data function. And one of our parameters is also to look for some data, African, very specific data, because as you know, Africa is kind of orphan of data when it comes to having information about Africa. It's kind of black spot, so we are trying to bring this public good concept. So my function at the bank is really to develop this function of data and make it available for all the stakeholders so we can be informed and have a good input in our action in climate.
Okay, fantastic. So I was taught by a Scottish economics professor So obviously he taught me about Adam Smith's invisible hand. But what we know is that Adam Smith's invisible hand doesn't necessarily work, and we do need to correct those market failures. So when I was speaking to the president of the bank, he said that's what you guys are there for, to correct market failures. So ultimately, you started in trade finance, and the remit of the bank is changing. You told me yesterday that you don't necessarily have a climate strategy yet, but you're developing it. So tell us a little bit about how you're going about it and why you're developing a climate strategy, and how things are changing ultimately in that DFI world, including yours, in terms of having to extend your remit not from just trade finance, but ultimately development finance in general.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe let me start by putting out there our philosophy in terms of climate issues. You know, when you think about climate for Africa, it's very specific. This is a continent mostly affected by climate events. That's number one. Second, we emit less. That's a fact. Third, when you look at the perspective of development, we are trailing other continents. We are starting to take off. So development is a key issue. And also you have this narrative out there transitioning from traditional model, decarbonizing, and so on. So at the bank, our philosophy is that you need to strike a fine balance between those two concerns. Development concerns as African, and second concern is the climate side. So you need to strike a balance. That's our philosophy. Now, let me also put out some facts there. You know, global finance for climate, it's growing. You know, if you take numbers, from 2022, we are 1.3 trillion, which is huge. You look at what is going to Africa, it's only 20%, not of this 3 trillion, but whatever is given to the countries, Africa is getting only 20%, which is about 12.5 billion, you know, compared to it's 35% of our needs, right? That's number one. And second, when you look at the package of financing coming, it's mostly about mitigation, and adaptation is really less, 5 to 7% according to United Nations. So what I'm trying to say, DFIs, when you look at DFI's role there, it's very important because the amount that is channeled to climate adaptation, 63% goes through DFIs. So this is where we have a leverage. So what is our role as a DFIs? First, I will put out there, we need to, you know, mobilize and deploy funds. That's our first role, primary role. Our second role is to also bring expertise, to educate, to make our people ready, because preparedness is a key issue into those climate projects. You know, if you are not ready to deploy your climate project, it's difficult to go ahead. So pushing countries, helping countries to get those preparedness, capacity buildings, information sharing is important. And DFIs also, DFIs also is a concept of, we need to advocate, to build partnerships, to put out there the voice of Africa. So at least we can make the case, given our positioning, to be able to collect those funds at the affordable cost to downscale it to countries. That's the way we see our role here. Strike a fine balance between development needs and climate issues. And second, play a role of middle link, you know, between mobilizing funds, talking to stakeholders, talking to countries, local communities, and having two dimensions, helping them to be prepared, to have a pipeline of project, be ready, and also focus on affordability of the cost. So that's the way we see our climate approach.
Fantastic. So yesterday we did discuss accessibility and affordability, and I'll come back to you in terms of tapping international capital and the role that you can play. So we're going to go to Constant at last, because I'm going to get you to talk about the link between the DFIs and the private sector, and ultimately also bridging some of that gap between operational expenditure and capital expenditure that we discussed yesterday. But I'll start with Mr. Abdul Salam Bello, who's Executive Director at the World Bank. There's a lot of talk about a bigger and a better bank, a more responsive bank, and also one that can meet, or that is fit for purpose for today's challenges. We all know that the bank was set up at a completely different, in a completely different era, and really the the needs of the bank today or the requirements of a bank such as the World Bank are different today. And there's talk of the reform of the global financial architecture. But tell me, how do you see the role of the World Bank in terms of being a bigger, better, and a faster bank ultimately? So what are the changes there, and how are you working with other DFIs in the continent to be more responsive and to take into account the local context?
All right. No, thank you very much, and very pleased to be here this morning talking this important topic. Well, when we started the discussion on the World Bank reform, it was about 18 months ago plus. I would say the question was, so what institution we want for the next 50 years? Kind of question we ask ourselves as executive directors. And so while doing so, of course, the climate dimension came quite strong. And we're talking about the identity of the institution, a development bank. World Bank is a development bank that serves all its clients, but also by doing the development, not overlooking the climate dimension. If you look at the SDGs, SDG 13, climate, but 1/3 of the SDGs are climate, natural resources linked, should be on energy, on water, on health even, because there is this connection between climate and health. So we needed to find a way to strike the right balance, how the MDB can help foster the climate agenda. While doing so, we work to update the vision of mission of the World Bank. And if you look at the vision and mission now, you will see a third component that came out is we're talking about eradicate extreme poverty, still is there. Promote shared prosperity, still there. And the third dimension is on a livable planet, which encompasses the climate, but all the other dimensions linked to nature, environment, and how do we live on that planet. So this is the new direction we are taking. But while doing so, the point will be how to implement that, how to organize the system to make sure that we are reaching those objectives and those targets. So we are looking at what we call the global priority programs. So which direction, what are the priorities that where we put some additional resources. One of them is climate, but also food security, water, energy, among others. And in terms of pillars, we are contemplating 5 pillars. One, we call it people, so human development, health, education, vulnerability. So people, planets, so climate, natural resources, environment, etc. So people, planet, prosperity, so fight against inequality, promotion of good governance, infrastructure, and digital, the link with data, but also artificial intelligence, how we foster also development through the digitalization. So those are the concepts. Bigger bank, better bank. We're talking about the resources. We are working currently to mobilize additional resources for what we call IDA. IDA is a financing instrument for the least developed countries. The current mobilization we are on is $93 billion. We are going to another replenishment in December. Us as developing countries with others, so we are looking at additional resources on IDA, which is also a good concessional instrument, which can provide de-risking, also on the climate dimension, linking it with the private sector. We talk about energy, for instance, renewable energy. So we are looking for additional resources, but still, we are saying the point is not only to mobilize the resources, but also to have effective implementation. So effective implementation speaks to internal reforms within the bank, because we're talking about absorption capacity on the countryside, but on the other hand is the capacity of the institution to deliver. Yesterday we were talking about the speed, the scale, and the impact. So how to make the speed, scale, impact happening throughout the process. So upstream, project preparation, from the project preparation up to the approval at the board. So the new leadership of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, he's very committed on that. So he's looking at to reduce by 1/3 those time frame from the preparation to the approval by the board by 1/3. So 6 months reduction by mid of next year. So which means that there is a strong reform that is happening within the institution. So this is the bigger and the better in terms of process, etc. But still on the better, we need also to look at the contents. So the content is what kind of instruments we put in place. The bank came with a new instrument called Country Climate Development Report. So there is a nexus between the climate and the development. It's not climate versus development or vice versa. It's climate and development, which assesses also the climate context in each of the country. Yesterday I mentioned the climate reports on the Sahel, 13.5 million Sahelian who will fall into extreme poverty if nothing is done by now to 2050. Those are concrete elements. But then from those reports will not be just sitting on the shelf. They will be used to also support the country dialogue between the institution, the World Bank Group actually, and any given country. Therefore, the future, what we call in our internal jargon, country partnership framework, which is a strategy between the country and the institution. So those elements will feed also the development/climate response. That will lead the discussion between any given country with the institution. So that's where we are so far to address the bigger and the better bank going forward.
So in terms of the reform, so you mentioned the reduction of the time between preparation and approval from 18 months to 12 months. Is that
Yes.
what you're insinuating? And in terms of new instruments, so you guys are looking at new instruments ultimately to be able to leverage your balance sheet.
Yes.
So what are the new instruments? I believe there was something in terms of risk sharing. And what other instruments are you looking at, especially in the area of climate?
Well, so it's I would say it's overall, but some will be definitely linked specific to climate. But overall, what we looked at is exactly balance sheet optimization. The equity to loan ratio, for instance, that we worked on, that helped mobilize about $50 billion over the next 10 years. So this is overall in terms of volume, but in terms of commitment as well. The bank is improving its climate commitments by 45% of the future engagement from 1st of July will be climate related. So it will be an amount of, if my figure is correct, about $40 billion additional on climate that will be put on the table. In terms of concrete instruments, still under the IDA, we're talking about, that's why we talk about increasing the envelope to improve also the level for the private sector window, where we have the opportunity to do de-risking instruments for on the climate agenda, bringing the private sector. This is one. But second, we're looking also on new innovation that have been, I would say, tested or put in a kind of pilot phase. 2 years ago, South Africa, there is what we call a rhino bond for biodiversity, conservation of rhino. So it was bonds that have been structured with Credit Suisse and other investment banks for about $100 million in that area. So those are the kind of instruments we have been looking at, how we can test them, pilot them, but also draw lessons, and then see how we can scale them up going forward. And the last is within the reform we are conducting at the bank is to bring to have a one-stop shop in terms of guarantee instruments that will fall under the house that is in charge of guarantee called the MIGA. So therefore, because so far most of the guarantee instruments were on the various quote-unquote shops or houses. So we will rationalize that. Therefore, we bring one single shop. And yesterday I was saying that this will be also an opportunity for ARC, but also other partners, therefore, to develop good and strong partnership. And the last point, of course, is a partnership looking at the value addition, the comparative advantage of the institutions going forward to do joint mobilization or joint instruments in order to address the climate agenda. Yes.
And how are you working with other development banks on the or development finance institutions on the continent? Your collaboration with the African Development Bank or Afrexim Bank and others, or even the African Guarantee Fund, is that in terms of the global financial architecture reform that we're talking about, is that a component of the discussion?
No, absolutely. We are looking at partnership is a key component, especially when we talk about mobilization. Purpose under IDA, for instance. So this financing mechanism is for $1 put is to mobilize 3 more or 4 more. So therefore, from 1 to put 4. So therefore, we are able to use this leverage going forward. So the point we are discussing is value addition, comparative advantage, especially when it comes to, for instance, digital, how we leverage also the artificial intelligence. We have a good platform of collaboration with the UN system per se, WFP and others, but also, of course, with the African Development Bank going forward. Actually, during the spring meetings, there is this announcement made by both the World Bank and the African Development Bank to connect 300 million Africans by 2030. And the World Bank commitment will be 250 million, and the African Development Bank will be 50 million. So those are the clear partnership that the bank is fostering under this new leadership of Ajay Banga. But also we are looking at, especially we as African Executive Director, we are pushing also for more partnership, collaboration between the institution, the World Bank, and what we call, sorry to use that word, but the other regional development banks, for instance, but other institutions that are working in Africa. The bank has a strategy on the regional integration in Africa, so the bank is working with other regional institutions like the West Africa Development Bank, but also good partnership with Afrexim and others going forward. But we have this kind of saying at the board, a happy executive director is not a good executive director. So we are still pushing to do more, to have better quality, better impact going forward. But also we need to do all our homework, because one of the challenges when we work also on partnership is sometimes the internal idiosyncrasies that are multiplied when you add various actors. So the point will be how to make sure that we have streamlined processes to fast track. And one good example we have is how we learned the lesson from the COVID. On the COVID, we've been able to have very good, strong partnership to channel resources and to deliver very quickly on the vaccine agenda. So we can do it on the partnership, but we need to leverage it, but also have a strong conversation, because at the end of the day, there will be also an issue of accountability. So how we make sure that all those institutions, we have the same framework of understanding in terms of results, impact, accountability going forward.
So Constant, you're the Deputy Group CEO at the African Guarantee Fund. You started off at African Guarantee Fund 10 years ago to increase lending to the SME sector by doing some risk sharing with the private sector or commercial banks on the continent. And now you're expanding this model to gender lens investing and lending, and now also in terms of climate finance, and very, very soon in terms of food security. But tell us a little bit about how you've expanded into this new field or new asset class, let's say, in terms of your green guarantee facility, and also the interest and appetite that you're seeing from a private sector perspective.
Okay. Thank you very much, Omar, and very happy to be here. And as you rightly said, AGF has been founded to be the link between DFIs and private sector. Because when we talk about financing African economy, it cannot be only DFIs. It has to involve all the participants in the market. So AGF has been founded, as I said, to create this link. And the way we are creating is to bring on the table the commercial banks, because we know that more than $1 trillion sits at commercial banks. So the idea was how to take advantage of this huge resource and also to bring on board the SMEs. Because what we tend to forget most of the time is all African economies are composed more than 90% by SMEs. So we have corporates who most of the time deal with the DFIs because of the size of the project, but the missing participant, who is a huge one, has always been SMEs. And so AGF has been created to see how to, let's say, mobilize resources from the banks and route it to SMEs who constitute the 90% of our economies. So we were created in 2011, started operation in 2012, and so far we have been able to demonstrate that this partnership can work, can actually work. We are sitting on a total equity of around $200 to $25 million. But with this only $225 million, we have been able to disburse over the last 3 years, from 2021 to 2023, $2 billion, so times 10. And this shows the power of this instrument of guarantee. So, so far, so good. And this is the reason why most of our founders decided now to give, on top of the mandate of easing the financing to SMEs in Africa, see how to put some more strength on some windows. So the windows are the one you mentioned. So the green financing window, which has been created thanks to the Nordic Development Fund, which came on board in 2016 to see how to leverage on this very powerful instrument, which is AGF. So we started in 2016 with NDF, then IFU, the Danish private sector DFI, came on board 2 years ago to see how to strengthen it. So on the green sector, we are sitting today on a $40–50 million of equity. And in a few years, we have been able to unlock financing of about $200 million to SMEs again on the field. So all these figures to demonstrate that we have a very good opportunity to bring, actually we have a very good luck to bring the private sector in the discussion and demonstrate that with very minor resources coming from DFIs who have a lot of other agendas, we can multiply by 10, by 20 the final resources to the SMEs. So how do we do it actually? So this is the why. Then the how is we are leveraging on two main products because what we need to understand is why the private sector is not going there, why the private sector is not going to SMEs, to green financing, to women financing, and so. So the main two reasons are the risk perception, which has been stressed on many times since yesterday. So the risk perception is very high, and it's very easy to stay on this risk perception if you don't go there, because at the beginning, you assume that this sector is risky, you never go there, and you don't have the opportunity to build your track record. And because you don't build your track record, you stay on your initial perception, and this is how you forget about this specific sector. So what FGF does for this specific issue is to give some guarantee, a guarantee, a risk-sharing participation to banks, and give this confidence to banks, saying that if the SME is not able to repay the loan, AGF is there to back the SME and make sure that you have your money back. So by doing that, we make sure that the bank will be able to start building a track record. And afterward, what we do is to come to measure this reduction of the risk perception. And we conduct every 4 or 5 years an impact survey to see how we are changing the landscape. And what we see is, let's say, a very simple indicator, the interest rate. And we can see that on this specific sector, the interest rate is going down, not because AGF is asking the bank to reduce the interest rate, but because the bank over 5–10 years has been able to build a track record and understand that the high risk perception they had 10 years ago was a wrong one, and they have to adjust the model. The second tool we use is the capacity building, which is very important, because going in a sector which is not known means that we have to build the capacity. So we work with the two participants, the banks and the SMEs, to see how to strengthen the capacity when it comes to lending from the bank and when it comes to manage a company. Because, yes, SMEs, we all know how SMEs operate. There is one guy who has a very brilliant idea. We'll start a company and we'll be doing everything from CEO, president to accountant and everything. So what we try to do in our capacity building is to build either bring on board additional capacity to make sure that we are building a sustainable SME, or just to increase the skills of people already on board. So by doing that, we make sure that we are pushing SMEs to be viable and continue giving this confidence to banks to lend more to SMEs.
Okay, so when we spoke yesterday, I thought that you meant the capacity building was at the bank side for them to understand the risk better. But you're saying the capacity building is actually on the SME side. But what about on the bank side to be able to better understand that or the assessment of risk and to build that risk appetite to climate projects?
Yeah, we do that as well. We do that on the lender side. As I was saying, we have to build the capacity of the risk managers because they are used to, let's say, assess the risk of corporates. Or to base the risk assessment on some data. And when you deal with SMEs, the main issue is the lack of data. The bookkeeping is not present in all SMEs. Most of SMEs don't have proper bookkeeping. So our capacity building to lenders will be to increase the risk assessment to see how they can improve the risk assessment and make sure that they will perceive the real risk of SMEs on top of what they used to do with corporate institutions before.
Mm. And I mean, you've got a number of personal stories in terms of investing in, in terms of as a entrepreneur who was driving climate-related projects. But yesterday we also spoke, and I think over the past day, we've spoken between the gap between, or the difference between investment in mitigation projects and investments in adaptation projects. And here there's a role for DFIs to be bridging that gap by taking some of the risk because it's perceived differently, and the whole operational and capital expenditure that you mentioned to me yesterday as well, in terms of the perspective, in terms of mitigation, which is easily understood, and adaptation, which is less well understood. Exactly. So can you tell us the role of DFIs there in terms of adaptation and mitigation?
Sure. So generally when we are in the green business, the main issue is that we move from OPEX to CAPEX, basically. Let's take the electricity. When you want to move from your generator to your solar panel, the generator will cost 5-10% of the overall cost of your electricity production over the next 10 years. But when you are in renewable, you have to invest the full amount today. And this big tenor difference makes that it's very complicated to not only SMEs proposing the services to the customers, and even for the customers to go to green. Because it's sustainable if we make the financial model over 10 years. It's clearly sustainable to go green. We are not saving the planet. Even if we don't want to save the planet, we are looking purely on the financial model. It's more beneficial to go to green than to go to a generator. But the main issue is if I have to go to green, I have to invest over 10 years. If I want to use my generator, I just need to pay upfront 5% and then have my, let's say, my maintenance cost over the next 10 years. And because of this gap, so the conversation is we have to bring on board not only DFIs, but some other actors, the electricity companies. They are the ones who are invoicing the customers on a monthly or quarterly basis. So the conversation can bring them on board and see how to structure a product such a way that we kill this tenor gap. We make sure that for an SME or a customer, going to green is tenor-wise the same thing. So structure some product which will make accessible to the final customer, actually, because when you sell any product, you need some customer to make accessible to the final customer a product which will bring the tenors at the same level. I'm disbursing over 10 years today, or I'm disbursing every month over 10 years. It has to be financially the same, And the conversation we can have with the DFIs is to structure this kind of product. There is something very important also on this conversation is flexibility, because not to judge the DFIs, but most of the time when we are dealing on some products, since the DFIs are used to work on some big scales products, there are some requirements which are very tight, and which can be easily met by corporates. But now when you come to an SME with an annual turnover of $1,000, $2,000, it becomes something different. So flexibility is for all of us, including the DFIs, to understand that, yes, we can deal with corporate this way, but if we want to move to the 90%, again, it's very important to keep the 90% in mind. 90% of the economy in Africa, we have to be flexible. We have to release some, how do you call it, like some acre of data from the SMEs when it comes to financing. Very flexible, and make sure that we speak the same language with the SMEs, because at the end of the day, the impact is very clear. When someone installs a solar panel, it doesn't need to make the demonstration that is saving energy. It's very clear. So we have to find a way to, let's say, make all this operation very agile and very practical, very lean to SMEs, and this is the way we'll be able to address this issue with the 90% of the economy.
I've got lots of questions I'd like to ask you, but how important is the 10%? You mentioned the 90% of the SMEs, but obviously the SMEs depend on also the bigger corporates. I think that was something that was raised earlier on yesterday in terms of creating that ecosystem. But how important is the 10% ultimately? Those bigger conglomerates in terms of bringing in the SME sector on climate projects.
Yeah, so the 10% what they're doing, actually not only for the green financing but for any other sector, is to create a very strong value chain financing with banks. So because today the main issue of SMEs is liquidity. So the 10% will have liquidity, but the 90% don't have liquidity. And what these 10% are doing today is to create some partnership with banks to put in place a value chain financing, so that the 10%, when using a part of the 90%, will make sure that the liquidity is moving between them and the 90% SMEs. And we are having more and more this kind of product, even in SA, in the health sector, where some big corporates have been able to secure a line of financing, trade financing, to the ecosystem of SMEs. So yes, everybody has to be involved critically in the discussion.
And we're here to discuss the role of DFIs, but ultimately in South Africa, I think the role of policy making was extremely important also in terms of being able to have independent power producers, and also being able to have solar projects that can feed back into the grid. And I think that's unlocked a solar revolution in the country. And obviously some of the issues that people have faced with Eskom and the energy challenges here. So maybe one last question, and we'll open up to the floor very briefly. If I can go back to you, Dr. Sampa Wende, in terms of the role of Afreximbank, for example, in terms of accessing international capitals or capital out there. I mean, you guys are looking at strengthening your balance sheet. You're on a capital raise right now. But what's the role of a bank like Afreximbank to tap into international pools of capital to then channel them and redeploy them on the continent?
Yeah, thanks, Omar. Actually, Afreximbank, we see ourselves as a downscaling institution. So. As you are saying, we are becoming critical. After 30 years, we are now a mature organization. Our balance sheet for 2023 is about 33 billion. So that's a critical size. I wanted, before going to granular, brought an idea that Mr. Nyong brought earlier. GFIs, you have to see it, there is a duality. There is international GFIs, and there are African ones as well. So recently, we joined forces to create an African club, African Association of African Multilateral Institution. Why I'm putting this out there, you know, if you look at the balance sheets of those institutions for now, we have 108 billion assets. So this gives a kind of criticality when it comes to downscale financing out there. So now I'm going to mobilizing, with your question, mobilizing green financing and try to bring back to the continent. So the way we see it is, you know, if you look at the rating of those big institutions like Afreximbank, African Development Bank, we are having better rating than local governments and national governments. So it's a way for us to bring cheap financing, cost affordability in terms of cost of funding to local communities, to governments. That's number one. And number two also, you know, there is this debate around SDR, how you recycle it, you know, allocation, because recently after COVID, it has been decided to increase the SDR allocations. So one of the debate and one of the line Afreximbank is defending is that, you know, there is a climate justice that we need to have. As I said at the beginning, when you look at the big picture, Africa looks like an orphan in the debate. You know, most affected are less emitting, but at the end of the day, we are not getting enough financing to adapt, to mitigate. So the advocacy we are trying to bring is that since SDR, some advanced countries have decided to recycle and to focus on climate issues, one of the ways is to also think about African DFIs, because they know the context, they know the flexibility that Mr. Z was raising, and we have been proven as a financial institution that we can do that. Over 30 years, we have grown so much. When you look at the balance sheet of Afreximbank, we have grown so much. So that's the idea we're trying to bring on board. Given our comparative advantage on the field, it would have been better also to think about African DFIs when it comes to downscale financing to countries. That's very important. You know, it's like when we say in our African culture sometimes, when you run with shoes or when you sleep on the couch of somebody else, you are sleeping basically on the ground, on the floor. The day you're not counting on yourself is difficult, right? So we need to have those duality in the approach. International DFIs through, African DFIs, flexibility that we have, knowledge that we have, the rating, better rating we have, we can use those to leverage and downscale fund to our countries. That's the way we see our role in terms of DFIs.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
So we've got time for one question. So I think there's a mic there. If someone like... That's what the mic is, but that's not what the question is. There's a question at the front here from Dr. Fafana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks also for the panel for sharing this quite impressive work that you have currently undertaken. I think it's quite happy to see the engagement of you on the African continent. So the question I have is that you will be working with the commercial banks, right? As you know, they're pushing a lot when it's come to ESG on their current portfolio, how they can apply those when it's come to assessing those projects on the SME side. But the issue with the ESG is they focus first on risk related to the financial side before looking to social and economic side. So by default, they exclude adaptation project first. They're looking more on the mitigation side. So what type of, let's say, influence that you can play on your criteria, or maybe you already have the kind of influence to just push that private sector or commercial bank to look to the social part that will be part of the entire assessment of the portfolio to give more opportunity for adaptation project to be funded?
Constant, you want to take that?
Yeah, I will take it. So basically, in the discussion with the bank, it's very difficult to push an agenda because all the figures we are giving at the end of the day, it will be 5% of the balance sheet. So the way we are doing at AGF is to go to chase the information. So instead of putting the responsibility on the bank, we are developing, again, coming to data, we are developing our own platform to collect the data straight from the SMEs. So do our own assessments on the behalf of the bank, and then send back the benefits of this assessment to the bank. Something I forgot to mention in my introduction is the coverage, for example. So when we develop a window, we give more coverage for this specific window. Our business as usual is to take 50% of the risk and give and leave the 50%, the remaining 50% to the bank, because they have to have their skin in the game to make sure that we will not have a selection bias. Because if you cover 100%, then we are all human. People will go call their friends, come, we have AGF guarantee, we give you loan, they will pay. So we prefer having a perfect risk sharing with the bank. But when we develop a window, we go a bit further in the risk sharing. We can go to 75% of the risk and give only 25% of this risk to the bank. So the way we push the adaptation and any other window in the portfolio of the bank is to collect the data ourselves. So the challenge we have been facing for a long time is the silence of our guarantee, because we didn't want to create another issue at the SME level this time, which is the moral hazard, because an SME knows that I have AGF guarantee, will clearly not pay the loan. So for many years, we have been trying to find a way to go around that, and luckily we finally found it in agreement with the bank to develop a kind of platform which will be, let's say, officially hosted by the bank. So when an SME connect to this platform, they will see the name of the bank, let's say Standard Bank South Africa, for example. But ultimately, it's AGF who will be processing all of this data. So we are collecting the data when we, let's say, are sure that this specific SME is falling under this specific window we are pushing. We will send now this SME to the bank, make sure that the SME has the financing with, let's say, a much better coverage ratio and a lower utilization, let's say, insurance fee. So we are being proactive by collecting the data directly from SMEs. Then we have another way of doing that is the credit readiness, because the capacity building is not only for SMEs who have loans, but it's also for SMEs who are not yet in any bank book. So we'll identify a number of SMEs of interest, which we think may fall under this specific program. And after assessing them and making sure that they fall under mitigation or adaptation or whatever, we will train them through our BDS providers. So they will be trained to be ready to have access to financing. And when they are ready, now they will be sent to one of our partners, our bank partners, and our financing. And this is the way we are building the pipeline of the bank on this specific.
So, Abdul, maybe you can also chime in here. So I think what Dr. Fafana was saying, that the environmental side is more or less dealt with, governance as well, but the social aspect or the social return ultimately isn't necessarily taken into consideration from the commercial bank. So whether the DFIs can come in to help bring some of that international EHG money to also take into consideration the social aspect.
Yes, a couple of things I want to react here. Definitely, when we do project financing, we look also at the development impact. So we have those indicators that are triggered when you do this financing, especially on the private sector side, which makes our friends at the IFC sometimes quite difficult, but at least we need to see the development impact of those investments. So this is given, we have clear indicators to track. But going forward, the key issue, I think it was very well nailed by Constant, is financing SMEs, MSMEs in Africa. I would say even in the context of climate, more importantly, under the climate agenda. I think that's where I believe that the partnership will be more than relevant, because for some time we see the traditional approach, credit line of financing, traditional banks, but then the performance of those lines very low, very poor, because you are transferring the transaction costs from one institution to another one. So we need really to find a more disruptive, innovative approach to make sure that those SMEs, MSMEs have real access to those financing. I would say at affordable costs, but also most importantly, I would say on a longer term. Most of the issues as well is the longer term financing. And then the sustainability of those SMEs, MSMEs. I don't have the statistics, but most of those SMEs, MSMEs, well, they die in the first 2-3 years. I think it's a staggering figure, even 80% or something. So the issue of capacity will be also important here. And then how we bring the knowledge, the platforms to help them not only access the financing, to do the internal due diligence management, but also helping them also to grow. So the growth prospects as well is critical. At this stage, from when I'm observing the situation in at least my constituent countries, we say we are not there yet. There is a lot still we need to do. And I think that there is an opportunity looking at the climate finance context agenda. You mentioned earlier the IPPs. I think this can be an area we can see how we can put more seed money to help grow that sector. And sometimes we can come with a big project that can help also create, I would say, the new framework, context, environment. One good example, I was talking yesterday with my friend Abu Diop. We were talking about Morocco, the Mazain project, solar. But it's helped create also a lot of IPPs around that program. So we may need to see also how we bring those big projects, but how then linking it to the local content that can help also create also the other environments. I will stop on one last point is looking at the regulatory environments. One example I observed is Senegal. A couple of years ago, they created what they call the Startup Act, which is a framework that help SMEs, MSMEs, but mostly on the digital agenda. So thanks to that, they've been able also to bring venture capitalists, to bring also DFIs going forward. Last year at the Vivatech in big platform conference event in Paris, on artificial intelligence actually, the Senegalese startups were among the best performers in terms of award, resource mobilization, etc. So just to say that this works. We have the case of Rwanda, Smart Africa Initiative. So it speaks also to the leadership, how we have a strong leadership that can help foster, create the necessary environment to unleash the potential for the private sector, but also to bring also investments, should be guarantee or other type of financing. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. And that's the end of our session. Dr. Sampa Wende, thank you very much for your interventions, and Constant as well. A round of applause for our panelists, please. And so we've got a 20-minute coffee break before we go to our roundtable sessions on the nexus of climate change and health, and also on food security. Thank you very much. Merci, merci. Très bien. Sympa, Wendy, thank you. Merci, Constant.
Is the data
Yes. Yes. Obrigada a luz. Sim, boa tarde, bom dia.
please take your seats. So this is the closing plenary. We're going to have a quick recap on the parallel roundtables that have just taken place, followed by an announcement session from different conveners in terms of initiatives and commitments they'll be making. And then we're going to have a summary of, or the key takeaways of the past day and a half that will contribute towards the communique that we'll share with co-conveners and the white paper that we'll share with co-conveners to draft together and hopefully we'll have out by the end of next week at the latest, ahead of a number of important summits that will take place over the next 6 months or so. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Tiwonge Machiwenika from the World Food Programme, Regional Bureau for Southern Africa, to report on your roundtable on food security. Tiwonge, please.
Thank you, Omar. Good afternoon, everyone. So we were co-chairing the session on food security, looking at affordability of nutritious diets on the continent with the climate change lens, and a lot of discussions in that group which were very interesting. And maybe to start off, I'm going to steal or to appropriate one of the quotes that was delivered by one of our colleagues, which I thought was very interesting. So it's, if you have eaten today, thank the farmer. If you have had affordable food, thank the banker and the economist. If you had enough food on your table that's nutritious, thank the processor and the distributor. And if you have ate peacefully today, thank the government. Finally, if you are not sure about your food tomorrow and today, you can contact ARC. They will sort you out. And then within that, I think the discussions boiled around how we can improve the food systems approach with a focus of the various components that make up the food systems, looking at climate adaptation, with a focus on natural resource management. How do we utilize natural resources efficiently and effectively? Water access, if you're looking at irrigation, energy access, processing issues from the private sector, distribution of that food to ensure that people have healthy diets. And then discussions moved on into why affordability is a key issue on the continent, what factors drive those prices or those issues that makes affordability an issue. So issues of low yields for smallholder farmers came up. Issues of access to finance. If you're accessing your finance at a premium, the product that you'll have will also be at a premium. So those issues did come up. A strong emphasis on research and development, looking at, as we are faced with the issues of climate change, what do we need to do from the input side of things, looking at climate resilient crops, but beyond that, also around the whole ecosystem. Then commodity exchange issues did come up. How do we facilitate some of those discussions on commodity exchanges to ensure that when disaster do occur, there is places to ensure commodities are moved from one region to the other. That brings in issues of market linkages at continental level, regional level, national level, as well as community level within that space. Risk and access to credit, I think we can't say enough of that. This morning it was delved into quite strongly by the DFI discussion that articulated issues around that. Access to markets, so I think one of the key elements that did come up is how is infrastructure in the region set up to ensure there is that access to markets along the food systems, and also how can we create local demand from some of the activities that are being implemented. I think we did have examples from Madagascar on that. Issues of information access, information utilization for decision making, and across the board up to the lowest common denominator that we operate at. If we're leveraging some of the discourse that took place yesterday on early warning systems, how that information is utilized for decision making for farmers or for consumers or for processors or private sector in terms of how they look and make decisions. And then the last component that did come out was around post-malabo. What can we input into that process? And I think there was an open invitation to all of us to apply if we want to be part and parcel of that process. And University of Pretoria colleague did put that comment across. And with that, I think that's how we ended our discourse, with the note that discussions should continue, and we see how we progress on this front. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiwonge. Back in COP26, that's when I first, when our group first collaborated with ARC, and one of the sessions we organized was with the World Health Organization, looking at the nexus between climate and health. It was, I think, 2021, was it? Or 2021 it was, yeah, post-COVID. And that's when I think ARC started looking at that nexus more closely. So we'll hear from Robert, who's going to report back on the health and climate change nexus roundtable, and maybe what you guys are doing or looking to do in that particular space. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much. So this morning we looked at the nexus of health and climate change. When that discussion started, it was focusing on what ACT does in this area, which is infectious diseases like Ebola, Marburg, and co. But we felt that this conversation must be broader than that. So with working with WHO and Africa CDC, who co-facilitated with us, the discussion was broadened to look at health and its implications and what needs to be done in mitigating the effects of climate change on the continent. The discussion established that climate change poses the greatest existential global health threat of the 21st century globally, but more importantly in Africa. And there were some concerns that were established. For example, that if you take, let's say, malaria for an example, 95% of the malaria burden is on the continent. With changing climate, you have areas where previously they didn't have diseases like malaria are going to have that. You have vectors that are moving into new areas, and then it goes beyond these infectious diseases. You also have waterborne diseases and a disruption of food systems, vulnerabilities that all impact on health. We also, in the discussion, established that this is not peculiar to Africa, that this is a global crisis. You have in Europe, in the southern parts of Europe, you're beginning to see mosquito-borne diseases. In Asia, you have floods, and even in the Pacific countries as well. Finally, we also discussed points around the fact that of the 2021 public health events that were recorded in Africa in 2001 to 2021, 56% were climate related. So what the discussion had was to establish that the correlation between climate change and health is there. It's not something that needs to be debated. The point is, what do we do now to address that? Issues around climate finance, and I think this is where it became clear that perhaps what we need as health professionals to articulate what the problem is and also make a business case that can be included in the national health and also the national adaptation plans that are being developed. We also picked up that disbursement for multilateral climate finance is only 1% of that goes to health. Much as that is health is something that affects all of us, our investment in health is very low. There was a call for a few points to be part of what this deliberation is. First, we called for a fair and adequate allocation of financial resources to address the climate change and health in Africa. going beyond COP28 of the financing and health agenda. We also call for adaptation and resilience in the investment case where there is a need to develop stronger investment cases, and as I said earlier, have health professionals contribute to the discussion. The national adaptation plans and health adaptation plans, especially not only in adaptation but also in mitigation, needs to be clearly articulate what the problem is and what the solutions are, and then also supporting investment models that will promote private sector and public sector climate resilience solutions. There were two other points that came up. One is the importance of mainstreaming gender in this whole discussion. We felt that is being left out in this discussion, and also mental health as well as traditional medicine as part of this discussion. So these are some of the points that came out. These are some of the deliberations that we had, and I would like to thank WHO and Africa CDC for working with us to make this a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. The penultimate point about mainstreaming gender is extremely important. I know it's extremely important to the co-conveners today. Actually, in the program, we actually wanted more women speakers, and we had actually invited a few more who couldn't make it because we reached out to them a little bit too late. But it's something that we do take very seriously, and I know the co-conveners do as well. And we probably haven't spoken enough about the gender mainstreaming issue throughout the program, but I know it's key to everything that everyone is working on. So the next step, or the next part of this closing plenary, are the commitments that your different organizations, initiatives and commitments that your different organizations will be are making and pledging on the record. So to present those will be Ibrahim Sheikh Diong and the different institutions that will be committing to the future of climate in Africa. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Omar. And a big thank you to all of you for the productive conversation we had in the respective parallel sessions, perfectly in line with the objective of this roundtable, and that is to use our convening power to have the right kind of conversation, but also more importantly, to come out with some actionable recommendation, and eventually also the way we can actually implement the recommendations. What we want to do in this session is not just the co-conveners, it's also those in the room. If you have some breaking news or something you want to share with us, obviously it's quite welcome. But we want to make sure before we walk away from this conversation to really take advantage of the fact we have convening powers. We have organizations that are doing wonderful stuff in terms of program and initiative, or about to launch some initiative where we can actually join forces and make sure that convening power can be utilized to the fullest. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call each of these organizations to come forward, share with us what they have in the pipe. With a hope that those in the audience listening can certainly join in and be part of the solutions or part of the initiative they will be announcing. Now, this is not just the co-conveners, those in the audience as well. If there is something that we need to know that you want to announce, obviously come forward so that we can get all the great ideas and opportunity on the table. So I'm going to call GGGI to come forward. Mala is looking at me and smiling, why me? Simply because you have some great ideas that you want to share, and we'll move on to the next institution. So Mala, over to you.
Thanks, Ibrahim. I think maybe one of the announcements I will let the privileged act to do it, so that's the share commitment. So from our side, I want to announce two things that are quite important. One is linked to, we are about to launch in November, December this year, 2024, what we call a carbon transaction facility. And the reason why I want to launch the carbon transaction facility is our member state was asking us, we don't have enough capacity to deal with carbon transactions, and we don't know how to do it as well. We don't have any carbon framework in place. So we want GGI to help us to do that particular aspect. And the second thing is we have also countries that are buyers of carbon, and asking us how we can help them to find good projects that have high potential of carbon so they can buy it without having any issues. So for GGI, what we're doing is by the end of this year, we are putting in place the carbon facility transactions that can help to focus on the Article 6 readiness facility for the countries. We'll aim them to provide key activities in order to assist the willing to host mitigation activities to generate ITMOs, for example, but also Article 6 when it's come to mapping, awareness raising, mitigation as well. And also we have a carbon trust fund would allow to prepare and facilitate ITMOs transaction as well. So that will be launched in December or November this year, and we'll be open to any interest to join this, and I'm glad to just announce that also here today. The second is one of the ongoing initiative we have launched last year during the COP 2028, is about the SAFE initiative, what we call the Africa Middle East SAFE initiative. As we know, there's a huge need for food security in Africa, and it's a 10 billion program that was launched by Ban Ki-moon last year. And we have ARC, we have also Africa Exim Bank, part of the partner. And the idea behind is just really how we can help to increase the food security in Africa by increasing the productivity of wheat, rice, and maize, and partnering with Middle East to increase the investment in the country. So this year we will be mobilizing 2 billion. We start last year for aiming for 10 billion. This year is mobilizing 2 billion. And the idea is just working with the private sector across the value chain. So we also welcome other partners from the private sector, but also co-convener to join this event. We're having ongoing conversation as well with WFP as that well, and also Africa Development Bank to see how we can move this far. So it was the two main announcements. I will let WFP, but also ARC for the two other one, for the different partnership with GGI. Thank you.
See, this is why I picked you to start with, as expected. But I also wanted not to put ACBF on the spot. I know your executive secretary before had made an announcement of the role that you can play in capacity building. If you want to come forward and just underscore that message for the executive secretary, would be extremely appreciated.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibrahima, for that. Of course, I'm not in a position to take those decisions, but I just confirm the commitment he has already made on several occasions. The first one is really to let the audience know that ACBF is available, and within our mandate, we can commit to support initiatives around capacity building. This is very clear. So I want to reiterate that. The second one I can make is also related to our mandate, is to support the platform on information sharing and experience sharing. We can be a co-convener or a co-leader in that area, so we can commit to that. In relation to that, I can also announce that we have an academy that we are setting up. It's an ACBF capacity academy, so that any organization who want to leverage on can contact us, then we can work with them. It will be a platform that we are setting up so that we can use it online, and we can host some courses if you want to share or foster learning for either your client or your partners or a wider audience. So this is also something that I can share. Thank you very much.
So I was right to put you on the spot to get some stuff to enhance to fill the capacity gap, which we all realize in our conversation. Let me call upon UN Habitat to come forward and take us through the urban resilience commitment.
Thank you very much. UN Habitat is certainly very grateful to be a co-convener of this excellent event, and for the inclusion of urbanization as a key issue in our discussions. And I would just like to share a new initiative that will finance and contribute to the urban resilience of Africa and of cities across the continent. Three quite powerful organizations, I would say, have so far come together. These are UN Habitat, the African Union Commission, and UNDP, to launch what is called the Akinila Partnership. Akinila is actually a Zulu word which means we withstand. So we chose this word to represent the need for partnerships to build urban climate resilience. And this partnership is actually aimed at implementing what is called the African Urban Resilience Program, so the AURP, of the African Union, which seeks to enhance the resilience of African cities and urban centers through strategic investments and collaboration. It aims to reduce risk and build resilience in urban areas by integrating diverse experiences and expertise. The program seeks to provide a comprehensive response to the complexities of urbanization. The AURP actually serves as a platform of stakeholders committed to advancing urban resilience in Africa, fostering coordination and integration across the region. It allows for systematic integration and implementation of resilience approaches and experiences across relevant thematic areas in the context of urbanization. Of course, I think many of our discussions have underlined and reinforced that partnerships lie at the heart of urban resilience building, and Akinile's successful multi-phased implementation and resource mobilization efforts will be underlined by these partnerships. Further partnerships, and this is the call to you, further partnerships with other organizations interested in the urban resilience space will be integrated and will bring the essential assets and resources which will be needed for this partnership. We're actually setting up a multi-partner trust fund mechanism which will pool the resources that will be used towards the program's implementation. Through the partnership, African nations will be able to unlock the full economic and social potential of urbanization in an inclusive manner, building resilience in cities not only to enhance their ability to withstand and recover from shocks and stresses, but also to foster an environment that is conducive to sustainable growth and development for all segments of society. So that you're informed, the Akinile Partnership will formally launch at the African Urban Forum, which will be held in Addis Ababa in September. And then there will be partnership-generating events also organized at the World Urban Forum, which will be held in Cairo in November. So I would like to invite you all to come to those events and to join the conversation around urban resilience in the region. And of course, if you would like to learn more about the Akinile Partnership and how your organization, institution, or company can join, please come talk to me, because we're looking at really building a powerful partnership through this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that perspective, particularly on urban resilience, which was added last to the roundtable. But I'm glad we did, because this is something that we need to really take into account in the resilience conversation. Let me now invite WFP to come forward and share with us some of the great news that you want the audience to know. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to you all. Bonjour à tous, à toutes. 3 partnerships that we are very excited about, as alluded to by Dr. Fofana. We're very excited about our partnerships with the Global Green Growth Institute. We are operationalizing a global MOU that was signed in 2023. This is a partnership that aims to scale up ongoing climate adaptation projects in the Republic of Congo, while extending support to the government of Zambia in policy development, and really looking forward to what we can do together. Through our partnership with the African Development Bank, with NEPAD, as well as with SADC, we have come up with a strategic alliance that focuses on evidence generation. A couple of years ago, this is an idea that actually started in Lesotho. A couple of years ago, we started a project in Lesotho on geospatial platform. Now, obviously, we're trying to eat a big elephant here, and we have to go piece by piece. What we have done there as part of efforts to enhance government's capacity on a wide range of issues, including territorial planning, early warning, food and nutrition security monitoring, and vulnerability assessment analysis, we have set up this platform, and in 2 years, the government is telling us that they are now able to do their planning. It has enhanced their governance. It has really helped them. And if there's a word that has been used at this roundtable, it's how do we bring things to scale? Now, this partnership aims to do just that. We want to scale up and do this across the continent. Through our MOU with Afrexim Bank, as well as with AFCTFA, Now, climate change is devastating food production on the continent, and it threatens to drive up fragility, and it's quite clear it might potentially even drive up the conflicts that we have. Now, the MOU that we have provides a platform for mobilizing and deploying strategic investment to help farming communities to adapt to climate change, and its framework could be employed to provide an objective tool for the receipt and investment of resources from other sources and partners, including concessional finance from other IFIs, donor funding, and potentially some components of loss and damage funds. Now, the parties will collaborate to advance climate change mitigation and adaptation of smallholder agriculture, related value chains, with the goal of securing long-term food security of the common countries. Now, I note that, DG, you say this is just the inaugural meeting and that we're going to have another one. I hope to update you with progress at the future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, WFP. Let me now invite AI, the African Adaptation Initiative. Before, obviously, we invite ARC as last. Thank you.
So Kulfum can't be with us right now, saying that they've got 3 announcements, some of which were alluded to yesterday. The first one is the launch of the Pan-African Adaptation Project Incubator for Africa, APIA program. So this is an EU-supported program and is geared towards incubating and preparing projects for implementation of climate adaptation and resilience actions in Africa. The second is the launch of the Young Professional Program for Adaptation Finance within the AAI Adaptation Finance Academy. I mean, Kulfum alluded to this yesterday. It's about building capacity of institutions within the continent to access climate finance by generating bankable projects, thereby increasing adaptation action in the continent. And the third is the Food Security Accelerated, FSA, which is supported by the US Department of State and the Government of Canada, and it's designed to invest in climate-adaptive food system solutions, focusing on nature-positive, adaptation-centric businesses in Africa's emerging and frontier markets. So to date, more than 200 African SMEs have submitted their proposals to benefit from the FSA program. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, and thank you also to AI, which is not artificial intelligence, but Africa Adaptation Initiative, as we know it. So let me now invite Eva Kavuma from ARC to come and share with you what we're doing at ARC in our announcement, but also what's coming up at the organization, the ARC.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned by the GDG, my name is Eva Kavuma, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for ARC Agency, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. Sorry I haven't met all of you individually. I have tried, and I will keep trying. We've still got lunch to go and this afternoon, so I will try and make sure that I shake hands and get a good introduction with everybody here. I think before I talk about the ARC announcements, I think I just want to announce how great it's been to work with all the co-conveners. I think, if we can take a moment to just applaud them for their contribution, their participation, and keeping up with me on those regular meetings and asking you for stuff. I think it all paid off. Today and yesterday are really a testament to the work that we've been working towards, and really nothing beats an in-person meeting after weeks and weeks of online preparations. So to go into our announcements, I think it's been alluded to by our colleague Male of GGGI in terms of our partnership, where we are really looking to scale up anticipatory action. On the sidelines of the roundtable, both ARC and and GGGI reaffirmed their commitment to building resilience across Africa. We not only renewed our commitment and to our collaboration, but we also strengthened our partnership by reviewing, revising, and also breathing life into our MOU in order to reflect the evolving needs of our collective beneficiaries. And I think it's a healthy thing to do. We do sometimes rush into partnerships which seem great, and then our MOUs sit on shelves and gather dust. So I think this was a really good health check for us and a good understanding of where we can really make a difference. So we were inspired by the critical discussions that we were preparing for at the round table. And so we agreed to join forces, as mentioned, specifically to scale up in anticipatory insurance. We will take the valuable experiences and lessons learned from existing anticipatory action programs and the successful pilot that we implemented in Malawi, in Zambia, and expand them to benefit even more African countries. And we know that, together we can really make that difference. This project will allow the demand of for anticipatory action and the response in Africa, and will be operational with the help of generous support of our technical and donor contributors worldwide. This innovative collaboration has the potential to save countless lives, as we know, and livelihoods. And we will take this opportunity to urgently call upon donors and technical experts who have the knowledge to share and who share in our vision of a climate-resilient Africa to extend their support to this critical initiative. We know that together we can make a real difference. The next announcement is touching on a commitment or the continued support of the EU to the ARC mandate. So we are really excited to announce that the European Union has generously extended its funding to the African risk capacity. And this commitment was made on the margin of the last COP28 in Dubai. This vital contribution, combined with the support of other existing donors, will significantly enhance our ability to continue our work to diligently strengthen the disaster risk management capabilities of our member states, empowering them to better anticipate and respond to climate challenges. And like many of our co-conveners here today, we do depend on donors to enable us to do what we do. So we will take a moment not only to convey our gratitude to all our current donors for their continued support, but also make a call out to new and alternative donors and partners, including the private sector, to reach out to us, because we will definitely be reaching out to you. And the final announcement, which is extremely exciting to us, is the launch of the new flood product, which is ready to empower African nations. The African Risk Capacity is really proud to announce today the significant expansion of our product offering. We're committed to continuous innovation and research to develop solutions that effectively address the impacts of climate change in our member states. And building on this commitment, we've successfully developed and are now ready to roll out a flood product in 6 countries in Africa, namely Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar, Ghana, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. And this is just the beginning. This innovative tool will enable African nations to better anticipate, prepare for, and respond to flood disasters. In parallel, the work to expand the product offering to 10 more countries in Africa is underway. We extend our sincere gratitude to our valued partners who have played a critical role in bringing this product to fruition through their close involvement, commitment, in the development process. The flood product represents a major step forward in building climate resilience across Africa, and we look forward to working with our member states to implement this vital tool and to empower them to better prepare for and manage flood risks much more effectively. And I thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you. Thank you.
I may be biased for asking for a louder applause to Eva. No offense to the other co-conveners, but well done, Eva. Before we bring in actually Frank, who run the Access to Finance Roundtable, just to give us his take, I was wondering, any other conveners want to come and give us some breaking news? CNN is not here, but you can give us some breaking news if you have any, but also the non-conveners as well, because we're really a family and a community. Is there anything you want to share with us? By all means, you are welcome to come forward, and we'll give you the floor and the opportunity to share with us. And no pressure, by the way. All right, I see no hands, and I know you're quite hungry at this stage. But let's then call upon Frank, if you can come forward. I understand you need to give us just a key takeaway from the Access to Finance roundtable before we wrap up. Please.
Thank you, Ibrahima. So our thinking was about how to accelerate climate finance to deliver on the goals of Paris Agreement. And we think that to accelerate and unlock investment at scale for climate finance in Africa, that requires a multifaceted approach involving various stakeholders at the local, national, regional, and international level. And here are 5 or 6 key takeaways. The first one is enhanced policy and regulatory framework. For example, by taking into account the greenness of the bank's portfolio in the risk asset weighted. The second one is strengthen the financial mechanism. The third one is build capacity and expertise, because we realize that at financial institution level as well as SMEs level, we still need to enhance the capacity of the stakeholders and assist them to improve or enhance their knowledge on the green topic. What is mitigation? What is adaptation? How to access a transaction, things like that. So the third one is to promote public and private partnership. And this one is key because at African Guarantee Fund, for example, we use the public money to catalyze private money. Okay? So, and the fifth one is improve access to finance. As we saw during our discussion, 1.4 trillion, the total asset of the bank in Africa is around 1.4 trillion, and we have to tap into this to support green transition. So by taking these steps, stakeholders can unlock investment at scale for climate finance in Africa and accelerate the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient future on the continent. So collaboration, innovation, and long-term commitment are essential to address the climate challenge and achieve sustainable development goal in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. So there's the good news and the bad news. The good news, in about a few minutes, we're going to be having lunch. And the bad news, we're going to start all over again tomorrow, another roundtable at a some place, because it was so good that I'm sure you'll be happy to come back tomorrow and do the same thing and do it as eloquently as you've done it today. Well, let me attempt to do something which I think is going to be extremely challenging. It's really trying to provide some highlights of what took place for the last 2 days, knowing obviously we'll have a detailed report which will have captured all the great ideas that you suggested in different meetings. I think if we start with the opening ceremony, one will say, we had some very powerful messages, both in terms of the speeches that we heard, the video message that we got, but also our keynote speech. But what stood out to me is, number one, most of them, either global or African leaders, underscore the urgency of the matter and how we need to take actions as urgently as possible to make sure we can respond to the negative effect of climate change. And that came across in all the messages that we heard, and that's something, in my view, extremely important, particularly in our efforts to advocate for Africa sort of going forward. I think there's also the issue about adaptation. It does matter to Africa. It's not just a lip service. We say it over and over again, whether it's the African Climate Summit in Nairobi, what we just heard, but our negotiators, wherever they go across the world, keep underscoring the importance of adaptation as far as Africa is concerned. The other message that came from the speeches is, indeed, as much as we want additional resources, we need to start by honoring the existing pledges that was made by the world leaders. And I think we are going to hold them accountable as we go and make the case about Africa needing additional resources. And I have no doubt it was our convening power and our respective responsibilities that message will continue to be made wherever possible. There was the message about the needs and the demand in terms of climate finance in Africa. It's in the trillion, in the billion, depending on whom you speak to. So whatever pledge has been made, obviously it's way below the needs we have in the continent. So therefore, scaling up is really something we need to continue pushing. And particularly in light of the fact that COP29, climate finance being the theme, it's really an opportunity for us to continue making the case where we need to get more resources so we could meet demand. One thing that came up quite often in the messages is, while we see the impact of extreme weather conditions on the continent, unfortunately the bad news is getting worse. It's not getting better. So therefore, the impact of climate change on the continent may be around for quite some time, so we need to come up with sustainable solutions to address them. And we've seen what happened in Southern Africa with drought. We've seen flood in other parts of Africa, but also tropical cyclone in Madagascar. These are reminders as these problems are here, but more importantly, a reminder there's a human face to climate change, and that is the most vulnerable that we're trying to protect. I think our opening leadership panel was also underscored the same message, and that is to say, these problems go beyond boundaries. So therefore, we need to approach this from a regional perspective as opposed to just at a country level. The problem we have in Senegal may be similar to what we have in Cote d'Ivoire. By joining forces, we're actually increasing our chance in finding solutions. It's really important we think beyond our countries and look at cross-border solutions. There is a message that came up quite often in the panel. Not one institution alone can handle this. It's only through collaboration that we can actually get to the bottom of the challenge of climate change. And I think the spirit of this roundtable, having 10 co-conveners, reflect that spirit of collaboration. And I have no doubt it's not going to stop just because the roundtable is over. We'll continue to actually keep that spirit alive as we address some of the challenges. There is a strong push to be more inclusive. The fact that there isn't a strong presence of the private sector was felt by some. And I can assure you that we took note of that feedback and making sure going forward we get more private sector to be present at our meetings. There's a very strong push about early warning system. They can save lives. We've given a couple of examples as far as ARC is concerned, whereby by making tropical cyclone alert available to Madagascar, did help the government to move about 5,000 people from harm's way. So the challenge now is how do we mainstream an early warning system whereby decision makers can use these incredible tools and information to make sound decisions as policymakers. I made the case about the demand is in the trillions. So whatever scaling up that we have from COP29, I am sure it's not actually going to be meeting the demand on the continent. But nevertheless, let's start by honoring the pledges that we made, because from there we can then begin to build and scale up initiative at WFP, at ARC, at UN Habitat, so we can get to the bottom of protecting people. It is important, as underscored by Namibia, I believe, the contribution of Africa to climate change, I think many have said this over and over again, is less than 4% of greenhouse gases. But nevertheless, our continent is suffering from the impact of climate change. So therefore, the idea of actually borrowing money to address something that you have not created doesn't seem quite appealing to many countries in the room, and I'm sure to the rest of the continent as well. So responsibility should really be borne where it actually happened and in the causes. So we need to hold accountable those who actually contribute to greenhouse gases, and say it often again. And as I remind you in my opening remark, the African heads of state at the African Climate Summit made the case about the push to decarbonize the world economy so we can get to the temperature that we expect and having a lesser kind of warm world. There was the session about the adaptation, some of the parallel session that we had. I'm not going to come back to the details we heard on adaptation. It does matter for Africa. The question is, where do we go from there? And making sure, A, it remains on the agenda of COP29, and make sure that adaptation is not something we just say when the camera is on, but it's something that we at least put our resources so we can talk the talk and walk the walk when it comes to adaptation. I mentioned early warning system, but what I could say an early warning system is that listening to different contribution, it is clear that the solution lie on each of us. And I think the recommendation on having an early warning system, coordination platform maybe gives the opportunity that we need to make sure what you're doing successfully at ACBF and others come to a platform accessible to all of us. So we'll definitely push that idea of having that coordination as the next step. I think on access to finance, I made the case about the pledge, but let me also make the case about what we call the AAA of climate finance: availability, accessibility, and affordability. There is no point of having funds that are pledged, but they're not available to us. There is no point of funds that are pledged, but the procedures are too cumbersome to access them. And quite frankly, there is no point of pledging funding that's not available to us in terms of the procedures, but more importantly, not coming in the form that actually address our needs. We heard from Namibia, grant, concession financing, other type of financing. It's really important to be made available to Africa. Indeed, the climate shock that we have on the continent may have to rely beyond just insurance money, but there may be other functional instruments that we can mobilize whereby if the risk doesn't trigger, what else can we utilize to make sure we can build resilience? After all, this roundtable was all about building resilience. It's important that we underscore that. There was a question about the food security. The key takeaway as a message, the only way we can actually address the food insecurity on the continent, look at really the interlinked of the food system and the holistic nature and the value chain whereby each of us can contribute in addressing the food security concern on the continent. And I think, judging by the experience, the expertise, the knowledge we have in the room, and I will certainly see maybe another coordination platform on food security among the co-conveners, but others, to make sure that interlink that we talked about is reflected in the way we actually address the food security. On the health sector, my colleague Robert, but also our colleague from WHO and CDC, I think, made a very strong plea and case about the nexus between health and climate change. And I've been to some of the sessions, and I can see with numbers and fact and figures, they will really make sure that if we believe that resilience is a concern, we should actually expand our thinking and make sure we look at the impact that health has really on the most vulnerable. So I think they made the plea that as we go to COP29, let's not just push for climate change, I also push for the health and the impact it has on climate change, because ultimately, in cases when you have outbreak and epidemic, combined with climate challenges, the two combined is certainly deadly for the most vulnerable, and I could not think of a better organization to make that case, and I'm sure in our advocacy we'll make sure that nexus is actually reflected. Now, the announcement, I'm not going to come back to that, but I accept to say we're going to take stock of those announcements and make sure they're not just announcements, but also we'll follow through and make sure we can continue as a community to really nurture what we've done here, which has been remarkable. Just to wrap up, the question has been asked, what's the way forward? Where do we go from here? I think there seems to be a general consensus. We need to find a way to actually sustain this platform that we created here in Joburg. I hear a couple of ideas, which obviously is not a time to decide now, but in due course, I'm going to certainly ask the focal point to look into some of those options. Some did suggest, for example, why not make this an annual event whereby we can meet and then go through different topics of climate finance. Others also suggest to make it a rotating platform, although we love to welcome you in Joburg, but I'm sure we don't mind going to Nairobi or Dakar and Abidjan. And make sure really there's an ownership behind this platform beyond just ARC and the co-conveners. There was definitely a very strong push to keep the format. We don't want a roundtable of 3,000 people. I think the fact that we had about 150 people, maybe up to 200, made it possible to make sure at least everybody feels involved, is inclusive, as opposed to having a lot of people where we don't have meaningful conversations. Some even say to me, I don't know how you managed to do it, it's magic, but everybody who's around the table here has a reason to be here because of their contributions. Some did even suggest in the roundtable, let's not have panel members because everybody in the roundtable was a panelist, and that was really a way of making sure it was inclusive as opposed to having panels, which no offense to the panel that we had, but sometimes most of us have been very frustrated in the past where you go to an event, you've never given an opportunity to get the microphone, and you have to hear my voice over and over again as opposed to you actually bringing in your voice. And that's something that many people suggest that we keep. I think the private sector angle was really pushed by many to make sure we can be more inclusive. It is important that we have the kind of dialogue. We have the people around the table as many as possible so we can get different perspective. And that is, we took note of that and make sure that we get the private sector, the foundations, the think tank, academia. I saw somebody from the University of Pretoria or Joburg. I was extremely happy to hear somebody from academia being here because they're part of the conversation. Before I call upon WFP just for the vote of thank, I have to really thank a few people because without them, this will not be possible. In fact, before I do that, we also need to talk about the financial sustainability of the roundtable. Some of my great hair came from the fact that we've been raising money just to get this going. But I hope as we think about sustainability, let's see how we can raise a multi-year funding so that when we have the roundtable, at least it's fully funded so we can get it going. Now, let me start by really, thanking my colleagues at ARC, and no offense to the co-conveners. When I came back from COP28 and put this roundtable on the table, they must have thought at the time I was crazy. It's not going to happen. But, through our management meeting, to our discussion, to our one-on-one, I managed to convince them that using our convening power is part of our mandate. We're not just about risk pooling, capacity building, it's important, but the mandate given to us by the African Union requires that we use that power to make sure we can get the right people around the room and do what we do. So on top of all that list, I want to thank our CEO, Eva, who has believed in this in our one-on-one discussion and managed internally to convince our colleagues to come on board. So Eva, thank you and well done. I want to really thank our co-conveners. I mean, they came to the project in different form and different ways. I've spoken to their principal and pitched them, doing an elevator pitch. And most of them say, you know what, we're on board. We know it's going to be serious. We know it's going to be successful. By the time we knew it, we moved from like 2, 3 conveners to 10. And each of them really brought different things to the table. And without you, there's no way we could have done what we've done. So thank you very much to co-conveners. Now, what the principal have done, which is quite smart, they basically say yes, and they hand over everything to their focal points. And they've been working tirelessly, to make sure that we can get the agenda right, the concept reflective of the interests of all the organization, but also make sure, as you may have seen, is really a partnership. ARC did not really chair all the sessions. All the co-conveners had the opportunity to actually co-chair the sessions, and that's how we build ownership and make sure we got to where we are today. So I want to thank the co-conveners for your contribution, both technically, but also for reporting back on the great ideas that came out of the roundtable. Now, I'm sure everybody will accept that this is fair to single out somebody from the focal point who has not been sleeping for the past couple of months. You may have seen her email, you may have seen her waking up 3 o'clock in the morning, and I want her to stand up so she's been given a standing ovation. It's Michelle. Please stand up, Michelle. She will hate me after this. I mean, I have never seen somebody so dedicated, committed to making sure this roundtable became a success, and Michelle has just been incredible on the job and making sure she coordinates, obviously, with IC Publications. So thank you very much, Michelle. Thank you, Mary Beatrice. Thank you, Gilbert. And Elizabeth, obviously, and she's going to kill me if I forget her, because she's played a major role in making sure we're successful. Now, in the business of event organizing, people really provide the services, you get paid, and they move on. But IC Publication is more than just an event organizer. It's really a true partner of ARC. From our program director here, who is on the side, from Omar, I know where he is, the director, from people in the back there, who have been tirelessly working on this and making it become a successful event. I have to admit, they've just been remarkable, flexible, speed, and making sure that it's become a successful event. And we owe them, gratitude and appreciation for what they've done on our behalf. Now, I am absolutely sure I'm going to forget somebody who was going to tell me during lunch that I did not thank them. But I think ultimately what I want to say, we've started something here incredible. What you actually do not know, unless you do, this event being live streamed, people are watching this from around the world. I'm getting feedback and saying this is just incredible. As we march toward COP29, this is exactly what Africa needs. People sitting in the room talking about what is our needs, what's our aspiration, what are our ambitions, what are our expectations from COP29. So you can rest assured the world is watching the great work we've done here, and we'll make sure that great work is captured in a white paper with the details so that each of us can go to wherever platform we want and continue to advocate on behalf of Africa. So as for me, it's been an incredible opportunity and a delight and an honor to lead the conversation, but quite frankly, the focal point do all the work and I get the credit. That's how it works. All right, but thank you very much. And obviously, I know I was going to forget my board. They're going to fire me after this. So I want to thank my chair, who is here in the room, great Chance, one of my board members, Maxwell as well, who came and really lend the support to this process. And that is how ARC rolls, and just making sure that when we get involved, our governance, our board involved in supporting us. I wanted to also thank my good friend, Her Excellency Baholo. She's an incredible advocate for Africa across the board. but also the World Bank and all the players that came last minute. They were informed and said, I want to be part of this because I know it's going to be successful. So let's keep the momentum going. Let's continue in our own way to advocate for this. Africa needs us. And I will end by saying the only KPI that matters to me is the smile of the kids we saw on the screen when we get started. Let's make sure that smile is mainstream across Africa so no one is left behind. Thank you very much. And of course, I'm going to invite WFE to come forward for the vote of thank. And WFE, I'm not sure how we're going to thank you. Without you, this thing would never happen. Thank you.
So I'm rushing because we are from the World Food Program, and our role is to feed people, right? And I realize I stand between you guys and a very delicious lunch that is behind me. But I'm here specifically to thank you. Round of applause to you, to your fantastic team, and everything that you have done, right? There is a workshop syndrome, there's a conference syndrome, but there's something different about this roundtable. One gets a sense that there will be action to this. Let's go out there, let's do what we have to do. From WFP and on behalf of all the conveners, thank you for having us. Bye-bye.
This is a time for me to say, you're free to go now. And bon appetit, and to be continued. Thank you.